FAO flight.
Go flight.
Runway 1. Okay, it looks like we owe them a consumable update.
Roger, you should
I
have
got it.
Roger. Along with a small flight plan update.
Does Capcom have copy?
Roger.
Guidance on FAO for flight.
Go flight.
Guidance, you on?
Go ahead.
Okay, now, first thing we got coming up here when we get started is T23.
That's fine.
Is all that sorted out?
Flight error.
Negative flight.
Say negative?
They are supposed to be running this in the simulator this morning to find out what procedure to recommend that the crew use.
Running it this morning.
Right. Ken Mattingly has done it in the simulator. I gave him a stay veteran arrest match.
But is he doing that now?
That's affirmed. He's doing it right now.
FAO, according to my plan, we start this business,
2430.
yeah, 24:30, okay.
And Ken is supposed to come over here with the recommendation.
Okay. FAO flight.
Yeah.
How much extra propellant did we use yesterday in this exercise?
I don't know how much we had specifically used up extra on the P-23 for 50 pounds down now.
Yeah, but a large part of that was in transposition
And
power.
I think we were 30 pounds over is that right on transposition dock?
We had a delta of about 38 to 40 pounds between the hours of 6 and 11 GUT. That included BTC start, the two 52s that we did, and B-23 were, we couldn't break down any plainer than that. Probably about 20 pounds, 25 pounds over the loaded for 23s.
And we only allotted 9 to 10 pounds for a P-23 series of P-23.
Well, I guess my point is we better watch that. JNC, you copy?
Roger that, flight.
Flight Econ.
Go ahead.
We got a master alarm momentarily about 8:22:45 due to a low cryo pressure in tank 1. Apparently, this is part of the morning activity of flying from the fans, and it just had a little stratification. It destratified, dropped a little. It's coming back up now.
Which tank?
Tank 1.
Sergeant flight. Are they awake?
Yes, I think they're awake, Cliff. They show indication of moving around, stirring around. I think they've been awake about 10, 15 minutes.
Capcom flight.
Yes, indeed, flight.
Good morning.
Good morning. I guess.
It's about time to say we got your radios with those guys, isn't it?
Roger, do you prefer the harmonica or the Bollinger pipe?
Just a plain old call, will do.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Morning, Houston. Apollo 11.
Roger, Apollo 11, good morning. When you're ready to copy 11, I got a couple of small flight plan updates and your consumable update and the morning news, I guess. Over.
Flight 5. Go ahead. I'd like to use the checkpoint. Decom GNC.
Go flight.
Go ahead, 11.
Go ahead, Bud. Thanks.
Roger, standing by for your update. Okay, 11, this is Houston at time approximately 22:30 in the flight plan, in your post-sleep checklist, and in all other post-sleep checklists. We'd like you to delete the statement that says Auto RCS Jet Select 16 to on. And what we're doing here is picking this up in the procedure for exiting PTC that's in your CSM checklist. And in the CSM checklist, on page Foxtrot 9-8, if you want to turn to that, we'd like to change the order of the steps in that. Over. Okay, right now it reads to exit GNN PTC, then you've got a pen and ink change that says Auto RCS Select 12 Main A and B, and you come down to the printed step 1. We'd like to take and move the Auto RCS Select 12 Main A and B down to be the second step. So the procedure would read Step 1, manual attitude 3, Excel command. Step 2, Auto RCS Select 12 Main A, B. Step 3 would be verified DAP load, and so on. Over. Roger, I copy. That Auto RCS Select 12 Main A, B. Roger, should be the second step in that procedure. At time 22:40, or when you get to it, we'd like to commence a charge on battery A. And at time 24:10, we have an updated attitude for your P52 and optics calibration. Over. Okay, 24:10, go ahead. Roger, P52 and optics calibration attitude. Roll 330.5. Pitch 086.3. Yaw 000.0. The nominal attitude it's pen and inked in for the P23 is still good. At time 25:30 approximately, after you complete P23, we're requesting a wastewater dump down to the nominal 25%. Over. Apollo 11, this is Houston. Did you copy the attitudes and the wastewater dump? Over.
That was play.
Play network.
You have a problem?
We have low signal strength. We're going to have to take the levels out of this now, see if we can bigger voice.
11, this is Houston. We're not reading you at the present time. You're way down on the noise level. Stand by, please. Play, Captain. Play it. Yeah, I can hear them transmitting, but I can't make them out right now.
Yeah, we checked. Stand by.
Flight network, the sites have a low signal strength and it's decreasing at this time.
Okay. Econ play.
Flight, huh?
You want to get another Omni or anything?
Well, we switched to the one that should be coming up. It should be getting better as we come around.
Okay.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. How do you read? Over.
Roger, Houston. Apollo 11, not clear. Come in.
Okay, beautiful. Did you copy the attitudes for the P52 and the wastewater dump? Over.
Roger, okay. We note the battery charge as soon as we get around to it. And the attitude for the P52 optics cal, roll 330.5, pitch 086.3, and yaw 0. The attitude for the P23 and then the flight plan is okay. And I copy your battery charge. Crew status report as follows. Fleet CDR7, CMP7, LMP 5.5. And we've completed the road state checklist. Standing by for consumable update, over.
Roger. We're requesting a wastewater dump at GET 2530 down to the nominal 25%. And there we go with the consumables update. At GET of 22 hours, RCS total is minus 3.5%. Alpha minus 3.5%. Bravo minus 1.5%. Charlie minus 5.0%. Minus 4.0%. H2 minus 2 pounds. O2 minus 4 pounds. Over.
Okay, stand by. I copied those consumables and I'll read you back our RCS quantity. Got 86% in Alpha, 87 in Bravo. Okay. Yep. 88 in Charlie. And 90 in Delta. Over.
Roger, a copy. Did you copy the wastewater request?
Roger, wastewater, and we got the time of that, and it'll be down to 25%.
Okay.
Right, got it.
Go ahead.
Okay, we've completed our handover down here, and we're working on some recommendations for this morning's P23 sightings.
Very good.
Hope to have this for you in about another 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay. How long?
Approximately 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
Houston 11.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Roger, you started collecting battery A, and the voltage started off a lot higher than I expected. Just a little bit shy of 40. It looks like it's dropping down some now. This is the battery charge for it. Seemed to me yesterday, when we were doing this on battery C, it started out initially at a much lower battery charge.
Roger, stand by a second and I'll get some reading on that.
Ecom fly.
Oh, you can?
Copy.
Okay.
What do you want to say about that?
No problem, Fly.
And about 1.5, and looks like it's gradually increasing the amp charge.
Roger, on RTM we're showing, I guess, 39.11 and the current's about what you report.
It looks okay to us, Captain.
We're losing you in the noise again, 11, stand by.
Ecom fly.
Fly.
With that signal strength, should we have all that noise?
Well, we're getting around time to switch, Flight. It's just coming up to timing. It would have a little noise. I don't necessarily think we should probably have all that noise. It's kind of hard to say this exactly.
I don't know whether we could over that. Are you satisfied with the battery charging status?
The voltage is good.
This is Captain Oliver. We got any words on why the thing was set up at a higher, significantly higher voltage? Would that be because it's hot or cold?
What did he say it started on B yesterday? Does anybody have a number?
He didn't give a number that I recall, but he said it seemed lower.
I imagine that
It's probably two batteries.
the very, you can never expect two batteries to be the same. They never are the same. And it's just the variation. It was just a transient condition, the initiation of the charge. It's no problem.
Okay, this thing starts. Why don't you let me talk to you on local 1 a minute here.
Capcom fly.
Go ahead, Blake.
I should try them now since you're quieter down. There's no problem with this.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to see if I could get some background out of Ecom and make sure that they understood the whole thing. Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Houston Apollo 11, right?
Roger, 11, on your battery charging question. We feel that it's probably a difference between individual batteries, and it does seem to have gone away as sort of a startup transient here. Other factors that it might conceivably have an influence on it would be battery temperature, things of this sort. Ecom seem to feel that it's operating within the normal design limits, over.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay.
GNC flight.
Flight GNC.
Do you have the RCS plot up to date? Total?
I believe it is flight. We'll put it up for you.
Okay.
Flight GNC.
You're at?
Channel 65.
Okay, thanks. Well, it's a wicked scale.
Yeah. About 20 pounds per division, I believe.
This is Houston. If you're interested in the morning news, I've got a summary here from PA over.
Okay, we're all listening.
Okay, from Jodrell Bank, England, via AP. Britain's big Jodrell Bank radio telescope stopped receiving signals from the Soviet Union's unmanned moonshot at 5:49 EDT today. And a spokesman said that it appeared that the Luna 15 spaceship, quote, has gone beyond the moon, unquote. Other quote, we don't think it has landed, said a spokesman for Sir Bernard Lovell, director of the observatory. Washington, UPI, Vice President ROT Agnew has called for putting a man on Mars by the year 2000. But Democratic leaders replied that priority must go to needs on Earth. Agnew, ranking government official at the Apollo 11 blast-off Wednesday, apparently was speaking for himself and not necessarily the Nixon administration when he said, "We should, in my judgment, put a man on Mars by the end of this century." Laredo, Texas, AP. Immigration officials in Nuevo Laredo announced Wednesday that hippies will be refused tourist cards to enter Mexico unless they take a bath and get haircuts. Gilberto Cazares, chief of Mexican immigration in Nuevo Laredo, said authorities in Mexico City, Acapulco, and other popular tourist spots have registered complaints about the hippies by United Press International. Initial reaction to President Nixon's granting of a holiday Monday to federal employees so they could observe a national day of participation in the Apollo 11 moon landing mission mostly was one of surprise. Rodney Fidner, Associated Press, London, AP. Europe is moonstruck by the Apollo 11 mission. Newspapers throughout the continent fill their pages with pictures of the Saturn V rocket blasting off before Earth's first link with its natural satellite. And the headline writers tax their imaginations for words to hail the feat. Quote, "The greatest adventure in the history of humanity has started," declared the French newspaper Le Figaro, which devoted 4 pages to reports from Cape Kennedy and diagrams of the mission. The tabloid Paris Jour proclaimed, "The whole world tells them bravo." The communist daily Le Humanité led with a launch picture and devoted its entire back page to an enthusiastic moon report describing the countdown and launch, the astronauts' lives and families, and backgrounding lunar activities. Hempstead, New York.
Joe Namath officially reported to the New York Jets training camp at Hofstra University Wednesday following a closed-door meeting with his teammates over his differences with Pro Football Commissioner Peter Roselli. London, UPI. The House of Lords was assured Wednesday that a midget American submarine would not, quote, damage or assault, unquote, the Loch Ness Monster. Lord Milmany said he wanted to be sure anyone operating a submarine in the Loch, quote, would not subject any creatures that might inhabit it to damage or assault, unquote. He asked if the submarine's plan to take a tissue sample with a retrievable dart from any monster it finds can be done without damage and disturbance. He was told it was impossible to say if the 1876 Cruelty to Animals Act would be violated unless and until the monster was found. Over.
Roger, thank you. Bruce? Number 2 item, we all not had much before we left, and we all
Roger. And I understand he was down there and really enjoyed watching the launch. We all think it's pretty magnificent, and you all are doing a great job up there.
Flight Econ.
Yep.
There's two items. We've started battery A charge, as has been noted. We will interrupt that charge for the mid-course maneuver, as I understand it's an SPS burn.
Affirmative.
And then we'll start charging after the burn. The other thing is, we'd like to go ahead and start the cabin enrichment this morning if we could.
Well, I have a question about that.
Okay.
Stand by. Is there any particular hurry to do that, Econ?
Well, as far as the cabin enrichment goes, no. However, we would like to determine its effect on the passive thermal control.
Okay, but if you look at the flight plan, we're scheduled to come out of PTC in about 30 minutes. It would appear to me if you want to do that, you ought to pick the next area that you're in PTC out close to the end of it, like where you can get your 2 hours in and at the same time see if there's any effect.
Yeah, I guess you got a point there. 24:10. Okay.
Because I don't know that you'd draw any conclusions if you did that, man.
Yeah, it's getting kind of close to that end point.
But you're saying there is no particular hurry to do that. See, we'll pick up PTC again here after the mid-course.
No, we'd want to finish it before 36 hours. First entry into the length, but other than that, it's no big rush.
Say again? 36 hours, first entry into the length.
56 hours, excuse me, flying. I beg your pardon.
Okay.
A little slip of the tongue there.
Okay, well, you want to run that by all concerns and see if that sounds like a reasonable thing to do on when to do the other 2 hours of enrichment?
Check with
whoever might be interested.
Okay, well, we've kind of coordinated this.
Okay.
If we're going to pass it up now, I'll check to see when it'd be a good time. I think we'd like to get it during some PTC, though, just see its effect.
Okay, check the flight plan.
Right.
Test 1, 2.
FAO and guidance from flight.
Go ahead, Flash. That's guidance. Go flight.
Okay, now, what is our order of priority here today? If we have a lot of problems with this P-23 work, it would seem to me we don't want to spend a lot of propellant doing that, or is this an incorrect assumption on my part? In other words, what's the relative importance of getting the P-23 work done if it's costing us propellant since we're already down? See my question, FAO?
Roger, flight.
You and guidance get me an answer.
Okay. Roger, will do, flight.
What is?
Flight fighter.
Go ahead.
Time to bring the DSC up this morning. Needs about 10 seconds interruption of data to do so.
Okay, Econ. Econ flight.
Flight Econ.
You do without data for a short period.
Is it data or the computer's going to go down flight?
It is an actual interruption of the data while they bring the second computer online.
Okay, our command capability is going with it.
Negative. Only, yeah, it is, because telemetry will be interrupted.
We're kind of
Are you commanding?
Okay, Econ.
Give us a minute, flight. Give us a minute and we'll do it.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Flight Econ.
Go ahead.
Go on that restart.
Okay, how about you, GNC?
We're go for that flight.
Have at it, brother.
Go ahead.
SFAO.
Go ahead. Okay.
Okay, FAO and guidance flight.
Go flight.
Guidance, you on the loop.
Roger.
Can I get Capcom Mattingly on the loop?
You can get Mattingly on the loop if you like, and me if you want.
Is Ken on the loop?
He's on the telephone right now.
Yeah, I'll wait for him.
wanted one supplied.
Okay, FAO guidance and Capcom. Are you on the loop? Give me an amber.
Capcom.
Okay, I got a copy here of P23 recommendations. Are there any questions on item 1? Guidance, is that okay?
Right.
And item 2 is the one that I think we gave him the wrong answer to yesterday. I think we ought to discuss that one with him, Capcom. You with me? Capcom.
Roger, I'm with you.
Okay, how about this star 41 instead of 44 FAO?
Flight, I think that star is dimmer than the one we had trouble with yesterday.
You're saying you want to stick with 44?
44, nothing is our recommendation.
Okay. Guidance? Comment on that?
41 is kind of dim, Flight, but with the Sexton, I don't think you should have that much trouble with it. For the accuracy of the measurement, I think it's worth a try. That he should try on 41. And if he can't distinguish it, then go back to 44.
Okay, but there we go again. We're going to wind up in a case where maybe you can see it, maybe you can't. We'll be chasing that one around. What's wrong with using 44? That program.
44, in the air to ground, it says he couldn't find 44 yesterday. It wasn't bright enough.
Oh, he couldn't find it all?
Couldn't see it. Whoever has air to ground.
Get that out of there.
You tell me 41 and 44 are no good? FAO?
They are damn flights.
All right, which one do we want to go with? FAO?
I would say go with 44 or nothing. We do 44, and if they can't find it, forget it.
Flight.
Go.
His problem yesterday on that 44 wasn't just the magnitude of the star, but the spacecraft orientation was such that the reflections off one of the quads was getting into the optics. So just the fact that the star itself is dim was not the problem. It was an orientation problem.
Okay, but do you concur we ought to stick with 44?
I think it's fair. It's bright enough.
Okay. How about item 4? Capcom, you understand that one?
Right.
Okay, and has everybody agreed we're going to try this thing, and if we get into a big chase around mode that we're going to knock it off?
Roger, flight.
Has anybody else got any inputs to this thing? Everybody agrees with this piece of paper, huh?
Well, got it.
Go.
I still want to kick around one thing on this star selection. Now, Capcom said it wasn't really a visibility problem in sighting 44 yesterday, and NTED and MIT both, for accuracy of the measurement, still feel like 41s are better.
Okay, but what do you mean accuracy of the measurement?
Well, as I understand it, there's already another set of marks taken on 44, and it's best to take your sightings on different, in other words, not use the same horizon star type orientation more than once. Okay.
But it would seem to me, from what you got, the results you got yesterday, it doesn't really matter. In terms of this set of sightings.
I don't get your point, Bart.
Let's go with 44.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything else we need to talk about before the Capcom talks to Mike about this?
Have we come up with a decision as far as to how far we go with these?
Well, we'll go
having trouble.
We'll go into it and see how it's working. If it looks like we're having a lot of trouble, we'll knock it off.
Okay.
Everybody agrees with that, I think.
Okay.
Roger, flight.
Okay, guidance, Capcom, FAA, go back green, please. Bruce, I think you ought to talk to Mike about this.
Okay, I'll get with it in just a second.
Okay. Econ flight.
Flight Econ.
This procedure for hooking up, this test on trying the other way to dump other than the waste management.
Roger, Flight.
You with me?
Yes.
How long do you have to do that to get a satisfactory data point?
Well, this is just another technique in doing a cabin enrichment flight. And as such, we could complete the cabin enrichment with it once we started.
Yeah, I understand, but suppose you hook that setup that way, how long would it take you to get a valid data point for whatever you're looking for?
We should let it go probably a couple hours.
Flight is retro.
Go retro.
Can we bring up the DSC at this time, everybody? Is it okay with you?
Yeah, tow fighter that 10 minutes ago.
You bet.
Econ flight.
Flight Econ.
Do you have a written procedure of what needs to be done for that?
Roger, Flight.
Could I see it?
This thing here's got 30 minutes on it, so probably a couple hours. Probably want to watch it a little while after it's pegged out, or after it's supposed to be pegged out.
Would doing this thing during this period that we're doing P-52s, et cetera, have any effect on that?
Not on P-52s, I don't think. It's just oxygen going overboard.
Okay.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over. Roger, Mike, you got some comments on the performance of P-23 for today, if you got a minute to talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, for today we'd like you on P-23 to make a trunnion bias determination prior to P-23 sightings as called out in the procedures, and also one afterwards. Our intent here is to check out the possibility that some sort of thermal effect may be giving you errors in the angular readout in the section. The bias that you get beforehand should be incorporated. That is a proceed on Mount 87 after you get two consecutive measurements equal to within 0.003 degrees. And, of course, move the trunnion off a couple of degrees between the measurements. The Earth should be a lot smaller in your field of view today, and I'm sure you're a lot more qualified to tell us about that than we are. But to ensure that you're getting a good angle measurement between the star and the Earth horizon, the section M line, which is the line that runs through the two hash marks and is perpendicular to the R line, should be parallel to the Earth's horizon at the substellar point. And then the actual superimposition of the star upon the horizon can be made any point in the field of view of the segment above, below, or on the M line. We recommend the marks be made as rapidly as possible after the auto maneuver. If you feel that the amount of time between the auto maneuver and the time you get ready to mark is excessive, or that you don't like that auto maneuver attitude when you get ready to mark, of course you can use a verb 94, verb 94 to get you back to the flashing 51 position to redo the auto maneuver. Over.
Well, Roger. Stand by one. We're going to stop PTC and then we'll talk about this between you.
Yeah, okay.
Econ flight.
Flight econ.
Yes, the only thing that bugs me about this thing is, don't you have some other indications that the flow transducer is not working right?
Flight, the alternatives is that either the flow transducer is shifted, is not working correctly, or else you've got a partially blocked overboard dump. The cabin pressure regs aren't working correctly, and cyclic accumulator's not working correctly. We've got, those are the alternatives. Either the flow meter is not working, or those three other things are not working correctly. It seems pretty conclusive that the flow meter is the problem. And that procedure that you're talking about, we don't feel like it's going to prove anything.
Who's we?
The econ. And Mr. Lowe is back discussing it with his people, and if they, well, they're back discussing it. I guess we'll come through the recommendation too.
Stand by.
Go ahead, 11.
Okay, we're stopping PTC now and maneuvering to our P52 and optics Cal attitude. In regard to the P23, what I was trying to tell you yesterday was about that. The M line is not anywhere parallel to the horizon at the roll, pitch, and yaw, which you give me to go to for the substellar point. And I was trying to maneuver off to get it parallel to the horizon when y'all said that was not necessary.
He wins the cup of coffee.
Roger, 11. I guess in keeping the cups of coffee score, why, you get that one.
Well, okay, well, this morning let's just see how close it comes to being parallel to the M line before we start marking the first time. And it appeared that the computation of those triangles was somewhat off, and that I was wasting a lot of gas by going to those triangles and then having to make large attitude changes after that to get the M line parallel, and in some cases it appeared to be just an excessive attitude required, and y'all said it wasn't needed, so I was marking in some cases with the M line not parallel. I thought perhaps you had some processor for computing that offset and making sense out of that data, but as far as I know, we've got to have the M line parallel to the right.
I think after all that is what he's saying is I think we agree with that. FAO?
Roger, 11. We don't have that capability. We do require the M line be parallel to the horizon in order to get a good mark.
Okay, but the question is,
Well, we feel that probably
why wasn't he parallel?
the state vector information that you were using for your
Trying to find that out.
maneuver base yesterday
Okay, but do you agree with Mike's comment?
may have needed to be
Go there this
updated a
morning
little.
before he starts
And,
marking and see what he's got.
Just stand by a second, we'll give you an evaluation of
And he should be
what
there.
we feel you'll get today by the automotive.
And the
Okay.
RTCC and the ACR and everywhere else, and it should be right.
Yeah, Capcom, basically we agree with what Mike's saying now. We've checked them at 3 different places and see how it works. Right, Ken?
Okay, right, Captain.
Okay.
Have we updated his state vector since that previous set of P-23s?
I imagine so. FAO?
Like we did just at the end of the sleep period, just before the sleep period. About, I'll check on the time.
Okay, my question would be, is the state vector that he's got still good, and is it better than the one that he had for the P-23 yesterday?
I can't answer that. Guidance flight? Guidance flight. When did we uplink the state vector last?
Last? Stand by and look at the law. Flight guidance.
Go ahead.
Looks like we had a state vector uplink at 9 hours.
Okay.
We'll wait on guidance.
Go ahead, 11.
Roger, I'm getting ready to do an O2 fuel cell first. Do you have any particulars on this? And you want these one at a time, or can I move up?
We'd like them one at a time and stand by. I don't think we have any sequence. You can do them in any order you want.
That's affirmative. Just 1, 2, 3 in order.
One
at a
watching
time.
you on TM down here. We want it.
Flight guidance.
Go ahead.
He started his P-52 now.
Roger.
Flight guidance.
Go ahead, guys.
We've been kind of kicking it over down here about the quality of the Spectra on board and the importance of having a good one when he starts a P-23. It's kind of our feeling that to improve the auto attitude maneuvers on board and auto optics and all that stuff, and to check out the procedure, that we'd like to start with a clean Vector to start with. You concur?
When do you want to send him one?
Well, let's see. I'd say prior to going into P-23, that finishes as P-52 around 24:30 by the flight plan.
Okay, FAO, you concur with that?
Flight I wasn't listening. I'm sorry.
Cadence is recommending that we uplink him a pit state vector prior to starting the P-23.
Stand by, flight.
Hey, Guidance, do you have any idea how far off he really is?
Stand by now.
Flight, we agree with that.
Okay.
Houston, Apollo 11. You want to look at these down 93s before I proceed on?
Cadence, flight.
Go flight.
You looking at now 93?
Please stand by a second.
Okay.
Guidance. Guidance, flight. Guidance flight. Guidance from flight.
Go, flight.
Well, you want to proceed?
All right, go.
Hey, we're only looking at two registers of three.
This is Houston. On our TM here, we're only seeing values
Flight
in
guidance.
two
Go.
registers.
We're having a telemetry problem with R3 on another display. We get the value of for R3 to be minus 0.024.
3 balls, 2-4.
You say go ahead and proceed.
Right.
You can proceed, Captain.
Roger, minus 3 balls, 2-4, and you can go ahead and proceed.
Okay, proceeding to the
Econ flight.
Flight econ.
About this test.
11 Houston, after you've completed C-52, we'd like to uplink you a new state vector so we start out clean on this C-23, over.
Okay.
Guidance, you getting ready for state vector uplink?
Flight guidance.
I didn't copy that, Captain.
High O2 flow, fuel cell 3.
Apollo 11, triggered the master alarm.
He's purging
Right
flight.
now, there goes number 4. It goes up to about 1.4 and oscillates back down to about 1.1. Over.
Roger, we're showing 1.3 now on TM. Stand by.
That's because of the purge in it, Econ. Econ?
Yes, flight. He's purging. That's causing the house.
For state vector.
Guidance flight, are you ready for state vector
Roger,
update?
give us a
Roger, flight.
Roger that.
Okay, guidance, go when you're ready.
Roger.
Econ flight.
Flight econ.
About this test.
Okay.
Go over this procedure again, be sure we've got it all right. Let's look toward doing this when we get through this
P-23 a little
P-23
higher
work.
than the other two during purge, but
You got
flow rates acceptable.
Okay.
Over. All right, here we copy.
Flight guidance.
Go.
The load's in. Computer service.
Okay.
11, this is Houston. We've completed the uplink. The computer is yours. You can go back to block.
Could you help? Is Colonel Frank Borman up in the viewing room? Could you ask him to come down here?
Go ahead, 11.
Houston 11, I don't believe we were gone every time.
Roger out.
Guidance flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Are you talking to Capcom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you guys go ahead. Come back when you're through.
Hi, Capcom. Were you on Mocha then?
Negative.
Okay, guidance, I concur, so we can let him use the CMC angles for the first star sighting at least.
Okay, guidance?
Flight FAO.
Go ahead.
We did not see an optics cal, and I don't know if he's done one or not, but he's passed that point in his checklist, and we really wanted him to do an optics cal.
Okay, we asked him to do that earlier, didn't we?
Roger.
Capcom flight?
Go ahead, flight.
Did you verify, and perhaps we missed it. We didn't see an optics cal.
Okay, I'll verify that.
Flight guidance.
Go.
We've noticed that he has not done a verb 66 after our uplink. I don't know if it's worth reminding him or not, but I just want to point it out.
Apollo 11, stand by.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Go ahead.
Right, I'm in a good attitude here to do, I have in the section this last P-52 star. What number? Star 37. Is that all right for the optics calibration to save some gas, or do you want to go over to star 40?
That's all right, flight.
It's okay.
Star 37 will be fine for the optics calibration, and we haven't noticed verb 66 yet after our state vector uplink. Over.
Okay.
When you move on into P23, we recommend that you use the CMC computed angle for your auto maneuver and see how that works out. If it doesn't bring you up with the M line parallel to the horizon, the substellar point, we'll see if we can get you some ground computed angle. I guess the big thing here is to make sure that the M line is parallel at the substellar point so we get a good angular measurement. Over.
Yeah, I believe.
Roger, roger.
Flight, Surgeon.
Go, Surgeon.
Flight, it doesn't indicate that they've changed their CO2 canister either, and they're past that in the schedule, their flight plan.
What indications do you have?
Well, they're up to 3 millimeters mercury pressure.
Econ flight.
Flight econ.
PCO2 reading.
2.9.
What was it reading when we came on? Are you saying it's increasing, Surgeon?
It's increasing, yeah. I'm watching.
It's increasing slightly, flight. We on it indicating about, I believe, about 2.4 or so when it come on.
Okay, Capcom flight.
Roger.
Tell them we've seen an increase over the last short period on that. Confirm whether they changed that canister.
Flight FAO.
Go ahead.
We'd rather than wait on the canister until after the P-23.
Well, there's 3 of them. Is it in a way?
It's pretty crowded down in there.
It's crowded, and it's all in the LAB. Like,
Okay. Let's verify whether they have changed it or not then.
Flight Telcom.
Or whether we got instrumentation trouble. Go, Telcom.
Roger. We also need a report on the LEM-CM Delta P.
Okay, Capcom, we need a LEM-CM Delta P.
okay, and we want to know if they have in fact changed the CO2 canister.
Yeah, tell them we've seen an increase on our readouts down here. Surgeon Flight?
Go ahead.
At this sort of rate, we don't have to do it in the next
It's
hour, do we?
no rush.
Okay.
No rush.
Got the zero optics.
Flight FAO.
Go.
We just rechecked our attitudes here, and at these attitudes that he's at, at this attitude that he's at, he should be on zero optics, should be pointing right at star 40 instead of star 37 with zero optics.
What does that mean?
Well, you requested a while ago to do it on star 37, and we rechecked our attitudes. That's fine if you go to right attitude so you get zero optics, but the attitude that he's in now, zero optics points him right at star 40.
Okay, but is he in zero optics?
I'll check, Mike. He's supposed to be there. I don't know where his optics are right now, but he's supposed to be in there.
Marking on this star, I got a 987 twice in a row and 5 balls, so that's sufficient for a cow.
That's certainly very sufficient.
Flight guidance.
Go.
Answer his question is affirm.
Now I'm going to go to Pooh, and I'm going to take your 3 angles and do a verb 49 maneuver to your substellar point, okay?
Okay,
guidance.
we recommend that for the first star, since we gave you a new state vector, we'd like to try the CMC computed angles for the auto maneuver.
Okay.
Flight guidance.
Go.
We would like for him to proceed on this display.
And if you hit proceed on this display to enter the zero.
Not yet.
Okay.
And I want that LEM CM Delta P readout, Capcom.
Okay, the gauge for LEM-CM Delta P is up in the tunnel, and if you send somebody up in the tunnel there now, you have to move Mike out of the way, but we can do it. I recommend, unless they're really pressing for getting that reading, to hold off a couple of minutes until P23 is over.
That's okay, Flight.
Okay. Then ask him about the canister, Capcom.
11 Houston, over the past 2 hours, we've seen a slight continuing increase in partial pressure CO2. Have you, in fact, changed the CO2 canister yet this morning? We don't need to do it right now. We'd like to confirm that our instrumentation is in good shape. Over.
No, we haven't changed any canister this morning.
Okay. Then I guess we plan on accomplishing that after P23 is over and you got the LAB cleared.
All right.
GNC Flight,
Flight GNC.
you were monitoring his P-52. How's our platform look?
Mr. Apollo 11, we're
What's that,
in the
Empire?
process of maneuvering to P-23's desired attitude. It likes roll 8.37, pitch 61.33, and yaw 339.87, over.
Roger, we copy. And that's for star 01.
Star 01 or near horizon. Code 110.
Roger.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
It looks consistent with the first measurement that we got. That first measurement was one that we took one sighting in Earth orbit and another one after TLI. And it agrees fairly well with it. I'll give you the numbers here. Minus 2.24 maybe in X, minus 0.87 in Y, and minus 0.11 in Z. Okay.
out. You got a template. Okay.
Houston, Apollo 11 on this star. Auto maneuver worked just fine. I'm right at the substellar point. Everything looks beautiful, except there's no star in sight. It's just not visible.
Roger, this is for star 01.
That's correct.
FAO flight.
You're not getting any reflections or anything like that that would obscure your vision, are you?
Well, of course, the Earth is pretty bright in the black sky. Instead of being black, has sort of a rosy glow to it. And the star must be a very bright one. It's probably lost somewhere in that glow, but it's just it's not visible. I've maneuvered the reticle considerably above the horizon to make sure that the star is not lost in the brightness below the horizon. However, even when I get the reticle considerably above the horizon, so that the star should be seen against the black background, it still is not visible.
FAO flight.
Roger, we copy. Stand by a minute, please. This is Houston. Can you read us what the shaft and trunnion
We think he's looking at the limb.
You do?
Yeah.
I'll be glad to. Shaft
not
331.2 and trunnion
But I won't verify that. I'm just making it
35.
And we're checking. Right now.
What was that trunnion, Captain?
The trunnion was 35.85. Flight guidance.
Oh.
You can see them down the bottom of channel 10.
What do you conclude from all this guidance?
I've run a check of his attitudes for that star, and our ground processes confirm those shaft and trunnions. With the limb on there, I'm surprised that the field of view isn't blotted out. It's right at the very edge. Like,
okay, where do we go from here? Go, FAO.
We'd like to try our attitude in the flight plan.
How far away are they?
Our attitudes are 177.2, pitch 298.2, and yaw 330.0.
pretty big maneuver flight in roll and pitch.
Yeah. Why do you want to do that, FAO?
Standby flight.
we can.
They say we're looking right at the limb.
Flight.
Go.
If he goes to our numbers, he'll avoid the limb and the sun and all the good things. So let's go to, we recommended he goes to our numbers. We know that those will avoid everything.
Okay, the conclusion is we think our ground computed values agree with his shaft and trunnion. We feel that he's looking at the limb. You want to go to your angles?
The reticle swept across the Mediterranean. You could see all of North Africa.
Guidance flight.
Absolutely.
You agree with going to the flight plan numbers and see if we can see
all
it?
of Italy absolutely clear. It's a beautiful thing.
Roger, we all envy you the view up there.
Okay, Capcom, that's the only thing we can suggest. We think
But
it's
still no star.
we think it's the limb. And
Okay.
suggest we go to these flight plan pen and ink numbers, FAL.
Am I correct in the fact that we believe that this shaft and trunnion angle points the star LOS at the structure of the limb?
That's what I get out of this. They think they're looking at the limb. This is the reason they can't see the star.
Thank heavens he has the ground is all I gotta say.
Capcom, let's try going to the flight pan angles, and if that don't work,
Okay.
surrender. That's the only thing we can conclude is that the limb's obstructing us. Okay, but you guys didn't say anything.
11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Rich.
Roger. On our ground computers, we confirm the shaft and trunnion angle that you have as being pointed at the star. However, it looks as though that shaft and trunnion angle is also pointing into the structure of the limb, so that while you would be getting the Earth horizon, the star LOS is obscured by the limb, we recommend an auto maneuver to the attitudes and the pen and ink into the flight plan, roll 177.2, pitch 298.2, and go on 330.0. Over.
Okay, Brian, I'm trying to. Okay.
Flight guidance.
Go ahead.
He's maneuvering in attitude now.
Okay, GNC flight.
Flight GNC.
What's your prop usage now? I say watch it.
Roger.
FAO flight.
Go flight.
All right, now what are we going to do when he gets to this one if he can't see it?
We're going to quit flight.
Okay.
I'll be on it. Right answer, whatever the right answer is.
Fido from flight.
Go ahead, flight.
How you doing on your mid-course 2 pad?
The pad is all made out with the exception of the star data, and we're checking for some good stars, and weights are on it, everything. We're just waiting for the stars.
Okay.
Now, this is on the free return.
Okay. Capcom flight, did he call?
I don't believe so. I did hear something on the loop, but I don't believe it.
Something about making book on gimbal lock.
They're watching for gimbal lock flights. Their maneuver's taking him in that direction. so I have to maneuver around it.
How close is he?
He got about 19 degrees. Gimbal off.
Getting closer or better?
Getting better flight.
Okay.
He is flying around it. Standard operating procedure.
Right.
Flight guidance.
Go ahead.
We've got a gimbal lock warning. It's not in lock, but it's just getting a little close. I assume the crew's watching that.
Yeah, we copied that, Brian.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that attitude at 3:30 is that we gave him is gimbal the warning. Flight GNC, disregard that. I was tracking wrong. That's only 30 degrees off.
Okay.
Flight guidance.
Go ahead.
See, with the ground attitudes, I've run the shaft and training for Star 1, and it's clear to land definitely. So it looks like you shouldn't have any trouble.
Guidance, people have been telling me that for hours.
I understand that, flight. It's still my opinion you should have no trouble.
Okay.
He didn't have a lamb on the side either. Which was not his fault.
Okay.
like that too. I'm looking through his checklist. Hi, 11, this is Houston. While you're maneuvering here, can we get a LAMCM Delta P reading from you, over?
Right, just a tad under 1, Bruce, 0.95.
Roger, 0.95. Telcom copy.
Okay, Stan.
That. My question is, what is come around with these traffic? The activation check thing. Checklist per se, they're going to be in downward back now.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
He's got about 7 degrees to go to attitude. He's gone real slow on minimum impulse.
Okay. Saving that fuel.
Raj, our telemetry is showing about 10 pounds. Not exactly right because we have about a 4-pound granularity per PCM count. I'm sure that he hasn't used anything like that.
Okay. Houston.
Go ahead.
There's the commander report.
I did a command report.
I was a little worried that the backup commander is still standing by. You haven't given me the word yet. How you go?
You've lost your chance to take this one, Jim.
Okay, I concede.
Houston, Apollo 11.
Go ahead, 11.
Okay, our maneuver is complete, and at this attitude, the M line is exactly 90 degrees out of phase. It is exactly pointed along the vector toward the center of the Earth instead of being parallel to the right.
Roger.
So I'm going to hold right here for your next suggestion.
Flight.
Go.
He should be at a shaft. He should be at a shaft of 112.2 and a trunnion of 35.9 instead of 00. And he's not even in P23 yet.
Shaft of what?
112.2 and a trunnion of 35.9. And he's not even in P23 yet, and he's still in 00 shaft and trunnion. So
Well,
he should,
yeah, he
this
just
is
went
what
to
he should do.
P23.
Okay, but what's the point?
Well, he's going to get it like that unless he gets to the right shaft and trunnion, and P23 is supposed to tell him what that is.
Okay, he's gone to P23.9.
Okay. But that's why things looked out of phase, like.
Okay, do we have a suggestion for him? He said he's going to sit and hold what he's got, waiting for our next suggestion.
Give him those shaft and trunnion, let him. Give him those shaft and trunnions and have him maneuver the shaft and trunnion to those numbers.
Guidance, you agree with that?
Say again, Flight.
The FAO suggests giving him the shaft and trunnion angles and have him maneuver the shaft and trunnion to those angles.
I concur with FAO's statement about his comment,
What does that mean?
meaning that it has to let P23 drive the optics to the shaft and trunnion, then take a look and see and analyze.
Okay, you're telling me P23 is going to do that for him.
I hope so, yes.
It would flight, but he wasn't even in it when he made the comment. If he was going to sit there like that, he was going to get nowhere.
Okay, he's in P23 right.
His comment was
isn't he?
for the optics being zeroed. He just looked out at that attitude.
What should I tell him, FAO?
Tell him to go to those shaft and trunnion flights, and he will see it right.
112.2, 35.9,
112.2 and 35.9.
and he can do that now.
Roger.
Capcom. Capcom
Go ahead,
flight.
Blaine.
You copy that? What do your P23 experts say?
Okay, we're debating auto optics right now.
Okay, but are you on the loop, Jim? Are you saying that you concur with FAO to ask him to go to the shaft and trunnion?
Okay, Houston, it appears to be okay now. We've changed our attitude slightly, and I have the star, and I'm maneuvering to get the M line parallel.
This is Houston. Roger, we copy.
You agree? FAO flight. I'm reading I'm reading R1, R2, right? That's pretty close to the numbers you gave.
Roger, flight, and that means the ground computers and the CMC agree.
Well, that's a breakthrough.
Now, if we can just get him to do it right, we're in good shape, flight.
It's Apollo 11, you... Or stand by one.
FAO flight.
Oh, flight.
Okay, you better pick a spot now that we're going to have to terminate this prep for the mid-course 2.
Roger, flight, and the time is 25:50.
So you got about 30 minutes of work left.
Roger.
And then we'll have to terminate it.
Roger.
Okay.
about that there, Delta?
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
We're preparing the gyro drift and accelerometer bias numbers for update. Would recommend that we do it sometime after the maneuver, after the mid-course firm.
Okay.
Flight econ.
Go ahead.
A couple items coming up prior to the burn here. Got a water dump scheduled at about 25:30 here. And at 26:00, we'd like to turn off battery A charge.
Wait a minute. A water dump at 25:30?
Yes.
25:55. Flight Capcom was friendly. We passed it up to them as being after P23 at approximately 25:30.
Okay.
Flighting, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. As I was saying, Bed A charge off at 26.
I think we told him that too.
Okay.
Negative. Say again, Captain? No, you're right. We did not econ.
We started him charging, but we didn't tell him when to terminate, I don't believe.
Yeah, that's correct.
We'll commence the charge after the burn also. And this battery A charge.
Okay. How long can we slip this water dump? He's late in P23. Won't a dump affect his P23 work?
Definitely will. Just a moment, I'll talk to Fido about it. We can go dump it anytime here. It's not really a constraint on the amount of water we got right now, Flight.
What you got now?
59%.
FAO flight.
Go, Flight.
Where is he in the P23 marking?
He's on the third mark on the first star, Flight. He's changing stars now.
Capcom control on Mocha 2.
Fido from flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
Got your pad ready. We're going to need it in about 10 minutes.
Roger that, Flight. We'll have it for you in less than that.
Okay.
Flight account.
Go.
Relative to the water dump, we can dump any time prior to the burn.
How long does it take to dump it down?
Probably about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
I'd like to take 5. My back room can work through ecom. It's okay.
Go ahead.
Flight Fido.
Go ahead.
Like you're at a checkpoint.
No, not right now.
Roger.
I think we need to get
Yeah,
this sighting data.
I understand.
OMP flight.
Go ahead, Blake.
Is that the correct time counting down to mid-course 2 up there?
That's off the mission planning table, Flight.
Fido from flight.
Go, Flight.
What's the GET of this burn?
264458.
Okay, it's 1 second off, Flight. We'll correct it.
Okay.
flight account.
Go ahead.
On this cabin enrichment procedure we're going to do, it's probably a good time to do it as soon as they get through their activities right now.
Question on that. Will any of that affect anything in the storage and so forth in terms of doing the SPS burn?
Yes, it will, Flight. As a matter of fact, they've got to dig out this cabin vent, QD.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks to me like they got all the techniques down now. We ought to get some pretty good results. Like the last one that he got was 13.2 nautical miles and 20 feet per second.
Okay. Capcom talking to FAO. We need to get this water dump started and this battery charge and get the pad up and start prepping for the burn. So I think we ought to see how this goes in terms of how long it's taking. It would appear to me we may not have to knock it off after the third set.
Okay, I can get the pad up, of course, while he's still
Understand.
sighting. I'd be interested in knowing how long the water dump is going to take.
Takes about 10 minutes.
From about 50% down to 25.
Yeah. We can move that just a little, but I don't want to try too many things down there, Dan.
Understand.
It's Apollo 11. Are you copying these down 49s? I've been going through them fairly quickly.
Affirmative.
Yes, we certainly are. I see a plus 0.1 and a plus 0.2 on nautical miles and feet per second. Over.
Right. Okay.
Copy that last one, please.
Affirmative.
got a lot of little things to do.
Fido for flight.
Go flight. Fido's off the console right now.
Where's the maneuver pad?
Stand by. I think we got it.
Flight guy, just pin check right now.
Okay. FAO flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Is he complete with the third set yet?
Negative, flight. He's on the second mark.
Flight, huh?
Go ahead.
After the burn, we'd like to commence rebalancing or balancing procedures on the O2 tank.
Okay. And ECOM, I think what we should do is get ourselves prepared procedurally to talk to the crew and do this test after we complete mid-course 2, which is only about an hour away.
Okay, be fine.
Flight guidance.
Go, guys.
We've noticed that on board he's gotten into the optics calibration. I'm not sure if he's aware of this. If he questions it, that is why it doesn't seem to be working.
How did you get there?
I don't know. There's a point in the program where he can bypass the calibration. It's an integral part of the program, and he has been bypassing. And it looks like this time he forgot to bypass it.
FAO flight.
Go, flight.
You got any comments on that?
If he did an enter or proceed, he would get past this thing. And he would get right on into the marking verb.
Yeah, Mike, we show you in verb 59 right now. Over.
That's right. I haven't entered. I gave it back to the computer for a second. I put the mode switch from manual back to CMC while I fooled with the disky, and the computer drove the star off out of sight. So the delay here has been in going back to manual and finding the star again, which I've finally done. And in just a second here, I'll go to enter and get a 51 and mark on it. As I say, for some reason, the computer drove the star off out of sight.
Okay, roger up.
Capcom flight. Capcom flight.
Sir.
You have your pad?
Yes, indeed.
Let's try getting that up, I guess.
Okay, let me read through it just a second for consistency.
Flight Denmark.
Go ahead.
We're bringing up a second CP to support the burn, and when it's convenient, we'd like to recycle both and get them in sync.
Okay, stand by, please.
Flight FAO.
Go ahead.
We do want to terminate after this next mark on here, but we do want this next mark on the star.
That's on the third set.
Roger. Third star. And he's marked now.
So he's complete?
He's just about complete. We've got our information now, Flight.
Okay, so we recommend he terminate this time, right?
Roger, Flight.
Capcom flight.
Go ahead.
We recommend he terminate the P-23 work at this time, and we need to get started with the pad. We need a water dump,
Roger.
etc.
Okay, you got a little less than an hour to the burn now.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
All 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Roger, we show you with a little less than an hour to a mid-course correction number 2 burn. And we recommend that you terminate the P-23 activities here and press on with a wastewater dump, which we need from you, and getting ready for the burn, over.
Okay.
And I have your mid-course correction number 2 pad here when you're ready to copy. Apollo 11, this is Houston. Mid-course correction number 2, SPS GNS 63059er plus 097 minus 020. GET ignition 026 44 57 2 plus 00118 minus 00003 plus 00177. Roll 277 355 015. Down 44 block is NA. Delta VT 00213 003 00168. Section star 302082 370. The rest of the pad is NA. GDC line, Vega, and Deneb. Roll line 007 144 068. No LH. Lem weight 33302. And for your information, your heads will be pointed roughly towards the earth in this burn. Read back over. Roger, still copying. Go ahead. Apollo 11, this is Houston. I copied your transmission about roll 277, and go ahead from roll 277. Over.
355 015 NA 00213 003 00168 302082 370. Vega and Deneb 007 144 068. No Olish, runway 33302. It's for Derek, over.
11, this is Houston. Read back correct. Out.
Flight count. Capcom.
Go ahead, Capcom.
Yeah, you want me to remind them about this lithium hydroxide canister, or let that wait till after the burn?
Let me get an input from Surgeon on that. Surgeon, Flight?
Flight count.
Stand by, Econ.
Go ahead, Flight.
How you doing on this CO2?
Well, it looks like it's down to 2.1. I can't. It's obviously dropped from what it was when I spoke to you earlier. Now, if they've changed it, then it should have dropped to 0.
Okay. The question is, can we pick this up after we complete mid-course 2? It's about 50 minutes away. Okay.
We're no danger.
You agree to that, then?
Yeah. Sure.
All right. Go ahead, Econ.
Well, that was what I was going to comment on. Looks like it has dropped. The other thing is that relative to this cabin enrichment,
Firm.
this is, of course, another overboard dump. And as such, it'd be preferable that we get it out of the way before the burn.
Oh, but now, wait a minute. This can't be that significant.
Apollo 11, Houston.
It's about equivalent to a fuel cell purge flight as far as mass flow rate.
Roger,
I don't know whether we can get that out of the way. We want 30 minutes time on it.
GEP 26 hours.
You got to do some
reinitiate battery A charge.
Getting some equipment out to hook it all up, right?
That's right. It's one fitting is what
Roger. Roger.
Econ, Flight.
Flight econ.
Check with Fido, will you? See what this Fido from Flight.
Go ahead, Flight. Okay.
Will an O2 purge, very small, after this burn bother you?
No, only that, would you believe after hours of haranguing, we found out that the best place to be doing anything like that is ahead of the burn, but we certainly can tolerate it after the burn.
Okay.
As near, what we'd like to do, though, is keep any of these, unmodelable, let me say that, delta V's surrounding the burn very close to it and preferably ahead of it. That's just our general ground rule.
Okay, all flight controllers, give me an amber light, please, and let's see where we stand for the burn. GNC, Flight. GNC flight. Flight GNC, me an amber light, please, and standby on the loop. Okay, let me go around. Retro,
I'm go, Flight.
now we've got the pad up and verified, right? So you're all squared away.
Roger that, Flight.
Fido?
We're go flight. Guidance will give you a briefing here on the loads that are going to go up. We have the mid-course, and it is a free return mid-course, and it is 3 seconds burn, 2.97 to be exact. And I haven't heard any more about that other thing that you and I discussed, and other than that, we're go.
Okay. Guidance?
There is one thing, I guess, Flight, just to say it. Our arrival time at the moon is 4 minutes early.
Okay. Guidance flight?
Rock Flight. We have the target load at the site. We have a nav load out there, or a space vector out there. However, looking at the downlink, when the uplink prior to P23, he did the Verb 66, and he hasn't affected that vector in the limb spot any. So it's more or less his option if we can either send him a new CSM vector, or he can do the Verb 47, I believe it is, to transfer the limb vector over to the CSM slot.
What do you want to do?
Since we're uplinking anyway, I just go ahead and give him a nav load or state vector via the uplink.
Okay, so we're going to send him a target load and nav load as planned.
That's fine.
Okay, and when will you be ready to do that?
In about 5 minutes.
Okay. GNC?
Flight was, of course, been looking at the SPS. The last burn looked good. We've got the pad and checked the numbers that we have on the pad, and they're correct in terms of, well, the weights are within 20 pounds, the trims are correct. We'll be standing by to see the burn.
Okay. All your temperatures look good around the system.
That's firm.
Econ flight?
Flight Econ.
Okay, now we've asked for the water dump. Have you seen anything of it?
It's in progress, Flight.
Okay. Okay, anything else, Econ? We've asked, I believe, Capcom, we asked him to terminate battery charge, did we not?
We read that.
Yes, we did it. 26 hours.
Okay, so let me know how that, when he stops that, Econ.
Roger, Flight. Sure.
Anything else you have?
That's it. We may have to remind him to stop the water dump shortly.
Okay, I'll just watch that. Capcom flight, you got anything this time?
Flight got it.
Go, guys.
We're ready for the uplink. As for Phoenix,
Okay. Capcom flight.
11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Roger, you can give us a set. We'll send you up a state vector and a target load for that over.
Okay, give us 1 minute to check the P23 damage.
Sure thing. They'll be with you in a minute, Flight. They want to read out the P23 stuff for their information.
Copy.
Houston, Apollo 11, the Zero.
Houston, roger up.
Go ahead, guys.
Roger, flight will proceed.
Flight ACOM.
Go ahead.
The bad aid charge has been terminated.
Roger. Yeah, go ahead. That one. Right, open flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Did you ever get your checkpoint?
Negative flight.
Say again?
Negative, we did not.
GNC Ecom, can we get a checkpoint?
Roger, go flight.
Flight got it.
Go guys.
Buffalo Terrain Computer says.
Roger.
11, this is Houston. We completed
You
the
get your
uplink.
checkpoint,
Computer
Righto.
Thank you. Copy flight.
Flight network.
Go.
Can we go ahead?
Okay, what'll we be without data for a minute or so here?
For about a minute and a half.
Okay, everybody, the CPs are going to be recycled. We'll be out without data for about a minute and a half. Go ahead.
Roger, flight.
Go ahead, Newer.
Roger.
Flight Fighter.
Go ahead, Fighter.
In our efforts to get stars, better stars for the mid-course, we overlooked the high gain antenna, would you believe, and had him rolled with the wrong heads orientation. So we've rolled the maneuver back over. The only thing that'll change will be the pitch yaw and roll gimbal angles that were on the pad and the star data. We have all that information, and we'll give it to the Capcom and read it up.
Okay. Fido FD.
Go ahead.
You're talking about for the star check?
Yeah.
Prior to the maneuver?
Yeah.
Okay.
Flight RTC got flight control mode.
You have it, RTC.
Roger.
Hi, Houston, Apollo 11.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Roger, I wonder if you have a star that might be a little closer to the direction we're burning than the one you gave.
Roger, we're going to rework the attitude and the section star for you in order to improve the high gain antenna coverage, and we'll have that for you in a few seconds. Roger.
Maybe they can make it just a change and roll.
Flighty,
Roger.
Flighty, huh?
Go ahead.
They're going, look like we're going to lose them here pretty quick. And we might remind them to select the best Omni as required for their maneuvers.
Say we're losing high gain?
We don't have the high gain flight, we've been on Omni.
Okay.
L11, this is Houston, over. Roger. On your additive for the burn, we'd like you to use roll 096, pitch 356, yaw 018, and that will give you a section star of 01, shaft 253.8, trunnion 24.2, over.
Have you lost any time?
It's, looks like we may have flight. It's pretty ready if we have it.
This is Houston. I'm having difficulty reading you through the noise. Could you read back again, please? Over. Roger, very weakly in the noise, but I think I can copy. Go ahead.
Okay, roll 096, 356, 018, star 01.
Go ahead.
Just remind them to select the Omni.
Let's try another Omni, Captain. Get through.
Roger, I got over.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we can't lock on the signal. It's too weak at Madrid.
Okay.
We have him back, flight.
Okay. Capcom, you should have him now.
Houston, Apollo 11, heavy read on LPA.
Roger, loud and clear, 11.
Okay, we'll stay on LPA for a while.
Okay, I got all your readback except the value for train, and if it's 242, confirm, please.
Econ flight.
Roger.
Flight econ.
How's that waste up?
Okay.
Oh, they terminated it, at 25:59, flight.
But it's okay, huh?
It's okay, yes.
All right.
FPO meet got in smoker dive.
Okay, would all flight controllers please go back green, please? Fido?
He did do the same thing. Out.
GNC flight.
Flight GNC.
You burn attitude yet?
No, negative.
Let me know when he's there. Roger.
You already got the number 0 on.
GNC flight.
Flight GNC.
How did we do on a prop for that PTC work, or P-23 work?
We figured the total thing cost us about 15 to 17 pounds flight.
Copy, FAO.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got it.
FAO flight.
Go flight.
What should it have cost us?
Say Mike.
What should it have cost us?
8.8.
It's 2 to 1.
Yes, sir.
GNC Fly.
Go ahead, Fly.
How'd we do during the night on PTC in terms of, well, we turned the select switches on.
Right, the biggest excursion we saw was 18 degrees. It was rather soon after initiation of PTC. The things seemed to settle out much better than that, and as I understand it, they only hit 18 degrees one time. The short times that we've seen PTC on this shift, the biggest we saw was 12 degrees. We have plots of the thing, of the initiation. If you'd like, we can put them up on channel 65.
That's okay.
Flight ACOM.
Go ahead. Go.
To have high bit rate data, which we won't during this burn, we're going to be marginal on the optics. And consequently, we'd like to have him select the high gain antenna and acquire the spin on the high gain antenna when he goes to burn attitude.
Can you get it then?
Yes. I've got a couple angles here where you feel like I'll get it for him. A Y, yaw of 0 and a pitch of minus 35. These are high gain antenna angles.
Pitch of what?
Minus 35.
And what was yaw?
0.
GNC Flight. Is he in attitude yet?
Negative flight. It's not there yet. Got about 10 degrees to go in pitch and about 25 in roll.
Right.
Everybody agrees.
Econ Flight.
Flight ACOM.
You got high bit rate right now.
Yes, we do, Flight.
And I'll come back there.
Roger.
Okay, keep that in there on your hat and all that.
Flight guidance.
Go.
He's in attitude now.
Okay.
Flight ACOM.
Go.
Looks like we're a little bit better than we thought we'd be there. We just got high bit rate and it looks pretty solid.
Okay, then we can leave it alone now.
Yes, let's do.
Okay.
flight guidance.
Go ahead.
Looks like he completed the star check. He's going to P30 now.
Okay. Guidance flight.
Go ahead, flight.
P40 look okay?
Yes, sir. It looks fine.
GNC flight.
Flight GNC.
Everything look okay to you?
That's firm flight. Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
We've got some RCS deltas from the flight plan if you need them.
Okay.
By quad, minus 19, minus 10, minus 23, minus 14.
Okay.
It'll be less than 5. Okay, all flight controllers, we're about 6.5 away from the burn. Let me go around and see if everybody's satisfied. Guidance, how are you?
Houston, Apollo 11, could you give us a couple of high gain antenna angles, please?
Roger, stand by 11.
Econ? Flight?
Flight Econ.
Pitch minus 35, yaw 0.
Yes, we think that'll take care of it.
Roger, 11, pitch minus 35, yaw 0, over.
Thank you.
Flight guidance.
Go.
Okay, picking up now. I'm sitting in pretty good shape. VG's been rotated good weights in the computer. He's proceeded down to his checklist. He's done a few systems things now. So I'm all good.
Okay, GNC, how about you on the engine? All set?
The engine looks good, fine.
Okay. Econ, you happy?
Yes, fine.
Okay, Capcom, everything looks good from here for the burn. Standing by.
Okay.
Flight Econ.
Go.
We're on the
Houston,
high gain
Apollo
antenna.
11, area high gain.
We have it, Econ?
Read you loud and clear on
Okay.
high gain down here, and everything's looking good from our standpoint for your burn, over.
Okay, Bruce.
Beth's online, flight.
Roger. GNC flight and Econ.
My GNC.
Let's try to pay particular attention to this gimbals off when he turns them off after the burn, based on that thing yesterday.
Roger.
Gimbal's on, flight.
Roger.
flight guidance.
Yep.
The vector's been integrated forward in the computer. He's just counting down now.
Right. Econ flight.
Flight 5.
Yep.
Just to remind you, this is Trim-X only.
Right. I think that's in his procedures and flight plan.
Roger.
We have every C flight.
Roger.
Mark, is burning flight.
Roger.
Shutdown.
Roger.
Gimbals off, bats off.
Here's
Right?
Pittsburgh, complete. You copy on our residual? Affirmative.
Affirmative, we haven't flight.
Okay.
And Houston, looked like we saw about 87 or 88 psi on channel pressure that time. Okay, look at that on the ground. Roger 11, we'll take a look at that and get back to you in a few minutes.
GMC flight.
Flight we saw
We
about,
saw 95, 97.
that's firm.
We'll look at the strip charge, but we saw 95, 97.
That was on RTM.
Confirm.
11 Houston, on our real-time telemetry, we saw 95 to 97 psi on chamber pressure. We will look at the recordings down here though and get back to you again. Over. Okay. And we've copied your residual of 11. And we're not going to trim message.
Concur. Flight, that's it.
Concur. Okay, ECOM, you satisfied the gimbals are off?
Roger, flight.
Okay, econ play.
Flight econ.
Did you notice A and B batteries that time prior to the burn? Is there some explanation for that unequal load sharing there?
Flight, we just terminated a charge 30 minutes before the burn. It was pretty warm, the battery would be. And it was pretty well peaked up as far as capability to support a load.
Do you think it's normal?
Battery B was probably cold, and I think that's the reason it did it. I was surprised a little bit by the difference in the two of them, but I think it's normal, yes.
Okay, have we told them when to go back charging battery A?
No, we haven't. I think we read up a while ago that they should start the charge after the burn, though.
Okay, we'll stand by a couple minutes and see.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
Can we get the Delta V counter readings at some convenient time here?
Yeah, Capcom flight. Could we get his Delta V counter reading?
11 Houston, could we get your Delta V counter reading, please, from the sponge?
Minus 3.8.
Minus 2.8?
3.8.
Roger, copy, minus 3.8.
Okay, Capcom flight.
Go ahead, please.
Have you had a chance to go over this procedure with ECOM on this test?
No, I haven't.
Okay, would you please do that?
I will.
FAO flight.
Go flight.
Are we going to uplink our Earth Horizon bias, Delta H?
Negative flight, not until 31 hours.
Houston, is there anything else you need on the burn status report?
FIDO guidance.
Say again, flight.
Do you need anything else on his burn status?
We have
Negative, I don't flight.
Thank you, flight.
Got it all, thank you.
Houston, negative load.
And Capcom flight.
Good flight.
Did anybody ever tell the crew that we did get their TV on that playback last night, that it was good?
I don't know.
Flight, got it.
Go ahead.
Looking at the vectors in the downlink, he has not done the VERC 66 yet, as per the checklist. Do not remind him of it.
Okay. Capcom flight.
Go ahead, Blake.
Yeah, let's remind him of the Verb 66, and I'm still not sure anybody ever told him that we did get good TV from the spacecraft, recorded it, and played it back.
Okay, do you want to inquire about the lithium hydroxide status?
Yeah, we'll stand by. Econ, what are you reading now?
We're reading 1.9 flight.
So it's dropping, but it's not dropping as if you changed canisters, is it?
I would have expected it to go to 0. That's what we normally see when we don't have a defective transducer.
Yeah, better check it, Capcom.
Roger. That's really the canister, isn't it?
GNC flight.
Flight GNC.
How long before those strip charts be available?
Oh, they should be available about 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Just want to remind you, we haven't noticed on our cam the Verb 66 after the burn. And for your information, we played the recorded TV back last night, I believe, after you all turned in for your rest period, and the pictures came out quite well. Over.
Did you get the usable pictures out of Milo on that first pass?
Not that we've seen. We had word on the voice loop that Milo reported that they had gotten a minute worth of a TV signal, and Goldstone reported that they had gotten about a minute's worth of modulation, but that they weren't able to get anything off of it.
Flight network.
Joe.
That Milo data was recognizable as a picture.
But it wasn't too good, huh?
Well, do you have
I don't really have a report on the quality of the flight.
Here, 11, that the Milo data was recognizable as a picture, but we don't have any evaluation as to the quality of the picture. Over.
Okay.
And for our information, we've been watching a PCO2 again. Did you change a lithium hydroxide canister this morning? Over.
Yes, we did, and we've been seeing 1.7% in the spacecraft ever since.
Roger, that agrees with our data.
1.7 millimeters.
Roger, we copy.
FAO flight.
Go, flight.
Back to our horizon bias. I showed it 27 hours.
Just follow that.
Roger, but there was a change last night
Okay.
that they marked down they weren't going to do it till 31. I don't know if the crew's been told about it yet, though, flight. I was trying to trace something down, and I can't find anything saying that they had.
Okay.
FBO, me guys, some up at that.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
From a propellant balance status, I'd recommend that we use quads Alpha and Bravo to start PTC. He always starts at with 2 quads only.
And you're recommending quad what? Alpha and what?
Bravo.
you say he normally starts it with 2. Does he use the other 2 or what?
He usually waits for us to tell him which ones we like.
Okay. We like Alpha and Bravo.
Roger.
Okay, get that, Capcom? Capcom fly. Capcom play. Is Hey, Capcom.
Sir, somehow I punched you off. I'm sorry about that.
From a propellant balance standpoint, we recommend starting PTC with quads A and B. Okay.
10-11, this is Houston. Over. Roger, from a propellant balancing standpoint, we recommend that you use quads Alpha and Bravo to start the PTC maneuvers. Over.
Roger, understand Alpha and Bravo.
Roger out.
Flight guidance.
Go, guys.
He has done the verb 66.
Okay.
Flightecom. They have started the Bad 8 charge again.
Okay, fine.
15, 20 minutes or longer to even respond to stabilize. Incidentally, Capcom, that 30 minutes tag on the bottom of it, I wouldn't read that up to us because...
Just tell them to open it and leave it open.
Yeah, we'll make a determination on the ground. I guess we still need 2 hours, Kevin and Richmond.
Okay.
We may go ahead and do that here.
I copy.
GNC span me bid conference.
Span procedures, AFD con.
Flight Econ.
Go ahead, Econ.
One thing I'd like to do now is turn off the heaters and O2 tank 1. And this is to balance the tanks. They are straight a little bit apart today.
Is that the only change you want to make?
Yes.
You want to turn off the heaters in O2 tank 1?
Roger, Mike.
How's the H2?
The H2 is 1% apart, and it's pretty good. I don't think we need to worry about it right now. It seems to be hanging in there pretty good.
Okay. Capcom flight.
Go ahead,
For cryo balance, we'd like to turn the heaters off in O2 tank 1.
everything else remains the same?
Everything else is the same, right, Econ?
Roger, flight.
Roger. And I understand that we decided that this oxygen vent wouldn't disturb PTC or anything like that.
Well, we don't know. We'll find out.
Okay, we decided that our best feeling is that it won't bother it.
I say again, Capcom, I don't know.
Okay, well,
Whether
you
well
want
or not.
to go ahead with it.
That's firm. I say let's let him get set up good in PTC. We'll go ahead.
Okay, I'll wait till he gets PTC set up.
He's in that process now, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
This is Houston. Over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, for cryo balancing purposes, we'd like you to turn the heater in oxygen tank number 1 off at this time. Over.
Okay, Houston.
Everything else in the cryo system remains the same.
Econ flight.
Flight Econ.
Will that be okay when we go into this O2 purge setup?
Yeah, Roger, flight.
Not going to drag it down?
No, it shouldn't. If it does, we'll go to a fan on hold.
Okay, we have O2 heater tank 1 off.
Houston, Roger out.
How's Ecom today? Is he happy with all those good things?
Roger, flight.
Ecom is happy, and after you get PTC set up, we've got a little procedure from Ecom here to check out the O2 flow and the O2 flow sensor in your cabin enrichment. Over.
Okay. It'll be a while, Bruce. We're just now arriving in PTC attitude, and we're going to our 20 minutes of monitoring thrust directive.
Roger, we copy. Don't be here.
Flighty, Tom.
Go ahead.
This is a common configuration we need for PTC.
Isn't that, stand by.
This is just a standard configuration. I just don't know that it's specified anywhere.
Well, that was going to be my question. FAO flight. FAO flight, what's the standard comm configuration for PTC? Stand by. We switch between the high gain and maybe, but not really. Normal range.
Houston, Apollo 11, you're going to take control of the Omni zone switches between B and D.
This is Houston, Apollo 1.
Capcom flight. This is what we need for PTC comm configuration.
Flighty, have him select antenna bait Bravo now, and the rest of that stuff, and we'll take care from there.
Okay.
You want them to have Bravo now?
Roger.
11 Houston.
Go ahead.
Mike, I'm on flight to Bravo at this time, and I'll give you a comm configuration here shortly.
Okay. That PTC sure worked well last night.
Outstanding. AECOM.
Go.
Do you want this either A or B? Have them selected? Are you going to do the selecting?
No, this is the switch name, and it won't in Bravo.
Oh, 11 Houston.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, for the comm situation, have S-band antenna Omni A and Bravo, S-band antenna Omni to Omni, high gain track to manual, And the pitch is minus 50 and y'all is 270.
May have to repeat some of that there, James. We got a left guy taking care of the high gain right now.
Yeah, and he's eyeballing there.
You guys head out the window.
I understand. I had trouble on 12 with him too. Say again what you like. Okay, the S-band antenna Omni A switch to Bravo, which you have now, and S-band antenna Omni to the Omni position, and the high gain track to the manual position. And the pitch and yaw angles are minus 50 for pitch and yaw is 270.
I'm looking through the binoculars now. And quite a expression of view is out of this world. I can see all the islands in the Mediterranean from larger and smaller islands of Majorca, Sardinia, Corsica, the haze over the upper Italian peninsula. Clouds out over Greece. Sun setting on the eastern Mediterranean mountains. British Isles, definitely greener color than the brownish green that we have in the islands of the peninsula of Spain.
Roger, understand that the northern Africa Mediterranean area is fairly clear today, huh?
Right. Yeah, we see a bunch of roads with cars driving up and down.
Do you find that the binoculars any good to you, Buzz?
Yeah, it'd be nice if it had another order of magnitude power on it. It has a tendency to jiggle around a little bit, and you might want to have some sort of a bracket. I hate to use that word though. Got an anticyclone going in the southern hemisphere, southeast of Brazil. And the diameter of it must be over 2,000 miles across.
How does the weather look up in the southern part of the Western Hemisphere, or up in the United States area?
Well, y'all are just beginning to come over the limb now. I can see parts of Central America that look to be really clear there. The islands in the Caribbean are beginning to come in, and there are a few streaming lines of clouds. Looks like there's a system up to the off of Greenland that has some large cloud streamers extending back down to the southwest. The east coast of the U.S. is just coming into view now, and it doesn't look too bad as I can see right now. We may have some pretty good shots later on this afternoon.
Roger, thank you.
Flight FAL.
Go.
Hey, you asked me a while ago where the cruise fleet, where the PTC compo was written down. The only place we can find anything written down like that is in the fleet checklist. There's nothing written down for the PTC non-fleet.
Okay, we passed them up.
Roger. Take one off contact.
Houston, Apollo 11.
Go ahead, 11.
I got a comment about the point on the Earth where the sun's rays reflect back up toward us. In general, the color of the ocean is mostly uniform, and it's all bright, darker blue, except for that a region that's about 1/8 of an Earth radius in diameter. In this circular area, the blue of the water turns a grayish color, and I'm sure that's where the sun's rays are being reflected back on up toward us.
Roger, Buzz. We noticed the same thing. It's very similar to looking at a light shining on something like a billiard ball or a bowling ball. You get this bright spot, and the blue of the water then turns into sort of a grayish color.
Yeah, is there a Navy term for that?
A lot of great paint.
AFD flight.
Okay.
Take a look that way. Right.
11 Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Mike, are you satisfied with P23 now?
Yeah, I'm happy with the last updates we got. In terms of what it did to our state vector, I'm still not altogether happy with the various procedures. If we could pick stars within the smaller range of trunnion angles so that you could allow P23 to pick its own maneuver, go to that substellar point, and then have that star visible, that would, seems to me, be the simplest and best way to do it.
How about
on that last round?
How about the horizon now? Is it pretty well defined for you, no longer hazy?
Yeah, we're far enough out now that I think the horizon definition variation is lost in the noise. Hey, Tim.
Go ahead, Buzz.
Looks like the best way to get a good steady view through the binoculars is just steady it out and let it float right in front of your eye, and then you kind of float up next to it, so you're not touching it at all. It has a very slow drift, but you get a better, steadier view that way.
Sounds good. How does it feel to be airborne again, Buzz?
Well, I tell you, I've been having a ball floating around inside here, back and forth up one place and back to another. It's like being outside, except more comfortable.
A lot bigger than our last vehicle.
I've been busy. I'm like... Say again about the last? Yeah, it sure is nice in here.
I said it's a lot bigger than the last vehicle that Buzz and I were in.
Oh, yeah, it's been nice. I've been very busy so far. I'm looking forward to taking the afternoon off. I've been cooking and sweeping and almost sewing and, well, the usual little housekeeping things.
It was very convenient the way they put the food preparation system right next to the nav station.
Everything's right next to everything in this vehicle. Notice where the waste management is. Tim, it's been a little warm in the machine throughout yesterday, and last night during the PPC, it cooled off somewhat with the windows buttoned up, and we've seen seat temperatures of about the high 40s and cabin temperatures in the low 60s, but this seems to be still a little bit on the warm side.
I understand that it got a little warm during the day and cooled down a little bit when you put the shades up, but it's still a little bit warm. Have you had any moisture, condensation, or anything like that on the walls?
No, we haven't been able to detect any moisture any place in the spacecraft. It seems to be fine. One of the hydrogen filters, the one that we got on the hot water, seems to keep flowing when you remove one of the food bags from it. Its flow rate is quite small, right near the end of the 1 ounce. And that contributes a little bit of moisture to the atmosphere. Yeah, I think on that hydrogen thing, it's, I'm not sure, but I think it's a back pressure problem. If the thing sees any
back pressure at all, like when the bag is attached, well, the flow rate will slowly decrease to where it's almost zero, and you wait for that last ounce. You think you have it. You remove the bag, and then you very rapidly thereafter see maybe a glob the size of a dime or a quarter come out and just hang there. That appears to be true even though the opening into the bag is not restricted.
Understand.
In general, seems to do quite a good job, especially on the gun, and removing a lot of the pipes and bubbles.
The water temperature's been good. Are you getting hot water?
Yeah, that seems reasonably warm. So I made 3 cups of coffee today. The last one, when all the plumbing was warmed up, the hydrogen gun and everything was warmest of the 3. And I don't know who had that one. Did you have that one? How was your coffee? You didn't drink it till later, did you? Well, anyway, it's pretty good. It's not piping hot, but it sure beats Stone Cold coffee. Jim, we've been sitting here a little over 20 minutes now. How does the thruster firing activity look? Are you ready to go on with this PTC?
We're ready, flight.
Flight, stand by.
Yeah, affirmative. Go ahead, Captain.
We're all set to go, Mike.
Okay, I'll press on it.
Short one flight.
Data cord kid, what's the other one?
of those Roger.
I got it.
Go get it.
Houston Apollo 11, PTC has started and it looks good.
Okay, the PTC special is plus 310 degrees per second.
11, roger. Yeah, this is Houston, roger.
Everything's fine.
Okay.
I don't have that even in mind, but what it is, actually doesn't.
Flighty, huh?
Go.
I have to go off the loop for a couple minutes.
Okay. When you get back, we better talk to him about this procedure.
Roger.
Flight Capcom, I think I understand the procedure. I was just waiting until I got set up here.
Raj, but I want Ecom here when you talk to him.
Oh, certainly.
Say again?
Go ahead now.
Yeah.
If you want to.
No, go ahead. Take a break.
Oh, how's it going? Who told us to do that? There ain't nothing wrong with those attitudes. No. Let the CMC tell you what to do. What the hell did Emmer? Okay. That was a guy.
Econ flight.
Flight econ.
Okay, you standing by now?
Roger, flight.
Capcom.
Before we start, let me kind of go through this thing a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, to begin with, we are running this test to ascertain that the flow transducer is the problem. However, we still require 2 hours of cabin enrichment. And once we start it, I think we ought to continue it. And for that 2-hour period, get that cabin enrichment out of the way. And incidentally, the delta P that we've got indicates that we need about 2 more hours. So far.
Okay, does anybody disagree with continuing it?
No, I think that everybody wants to continue for the couple hours.
Okay.
So, and we'd like to start it at a period when we would like to start it, say, about now, because I've got high bit rate data.
You have got high bit rate?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, let's, Capcom, we indicated earlier we talked to him about it. Let's discuss this with Kurt first.
Okay, and is, I guess, GNC going to be watching to see if it says anything to PTC?
Affirmative. GNC flight. Copy flight. That's another thing we'll find out, Captain.
Roger. Apollo 11, this is Houston, over. Go ahead. Roger, if you're free for a couple of minutes, we have a procedure here that will let us verify the O2 flow transducer and at the same time get some more of our cabin enrichment out of the way, over. Roger, the primary purpose of this is, as I mentioned, to let us check out your O2 flow transducer. However, we still need about 2 hours worth of cabin enrichment, so we'd like to keep the event that we're going to set up going for this purpose. Okay, we want you to install the cabin vent quick disconnect, which you'll find in compartment R6, that is Romeo 6, on the urine connector on panel 251. When this is completed, verify that the waste stowage vent valve is closed, and then open or position the waste management overboard drain to the dump position. Over.
Install the cabin quick R6 on the 251 urine connector and verify the waste dump valve is closed and staying in the last part.
Roger, and then put the waste management overboard drain valve into the dump position. Over.
Roger. Put the waste management overboard drain valve in the dump position.
Right, that's the one down on panel 251 also. watch your O2 flow on telemetry down here.
Friday,
Go ahead.
let's ask them for a hack when they actually go to the flow position, the dump position.
Okay. Capcom, ask them to give us a hack when they go to dump position.
Roger. Okay, Houston, that configuration is set up. 11, this is Houston. Say again, please. You do have the O2 flow transducer checkout set up accomplished. Okay, I understand you have opened the drain valve this time. That's a full permit. Roger, we're not getting telemetry data from you right now due to low signal strength. There it comes back. I expect it'll probably take us anywhere from 15 minutes to half an hour to see an increase in O2 flow due to the size of the cabin versus the small size of the drain. Over. All right.
Econ flight.
Flight account.
What is that O2 flow? Is that high or low, your indication?
The one we're reading now,
Yeah.
it's not on low bit rate, and that's the indication we have there.
Okay.
And we are on low bit rate now.
When do you go to high?
As soon as our signal strength increases enough up to about 3 dB from what it is now.
Okay, do you have the recorder going in the spacecraft? DSC?
No, we're on low bit rate anyway, so it wouldn't be there either.
Well, what kind of data are we getting in on this test, Econ?
We'll get a high bit rate from time to time. Flight, it should be adequate. It'd take a while for the thing to pick up anyway. I feel like that we'll get plenty of data from it. It's not something that the flow rate changes are real rapid, and that we would miss it if we have to be in low bit rate.
Surrender, Econ, but
Okay, we're back.
Somebody
happy
comes
right
back and tells me that we don't have any data to determine it, I'm going to be unhappy.
now. Roger.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
Did you call him?
Negative.
I must be hearing
Did you ever get those strip charts?
Affirmative. They're back there, Flight. We just haven't been able to break somebody loose to get them out here.
Dottie?
Is Jim Saltz at this number anymore?
No, his number is 4746.
Okay, 4746. How about Jokey?
Jim Jokey is 4576.
4576.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Experiment Walt speaking.
Is Jim Salt there?
Stand by one, because say who's talking.
Bill Wendler.
Stand by.
Wendler,
And 47 for you? Yeah, Wendler.
Jim Soms.
Hey, Jim, it's Mill Wendler. Could you come over here and talk to Cliff a little bit about what your plans are for manning the console?
Okay, I'll be over. In about 5 minutes?
No, not any tremendous big hurry, no.
Okay. I'll be over in a few minutes.
All right. How many people and when you plan to start?
Right. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Call me, Alan.
Is Jokey there?
I'll check.
Jokey.
This is Noel Wendler. Hey, I wanted to ask you what your plans are to support the ENU console. How many people and when do you plan to support it?
We're starting at around 78 hours. That's the first team. We'll support it from 78 hours all the way through, let's see, until I think it's 119 hours. We have 2 shifts there. We'll be rotating. I can give you the times with the exact times.
How many people per shift?
There'll be 6 on one and 3 on the other. No, it'll be 5 and 3.
Well, all of them are not going to be here in the Mocha, though, are they?
Oh, no, that's the total team. The Mocha will be just one.
One guy in the Mocha.
Yeah, then during the EVA, he'll probably hang over for a while. So it'll be a total of 2.
Okay. Hey, you ought to probably ought to have at least one guy here for 56-hour business.
At 56?
They're going to go into the limb and not supposed to do anything, but you never know. They might say, hey, that ops fell off the rack or something.
Okay, we had...
Cliff fell off the rack. Is anything on the rack?
Yeah,
You know, it's only a couple hours, and I think it might want to be around when you walk in the first time.
I didn't think they were going all the way in. I thought you were just going to the tunnel and do all that. I thought the housekeeping day was the first time they went in all the way.
Unless I'm mistaken, they're going to go on inside.
Okay, good enough.
Wait, hold on a minute. Yeah, they're not going to set up, but they are going to look at it.
Okay, that's a good point.
Of course, nobody would expect you to have to do anything, but if there's a question comes up, you probably ought to have at least one guy around.
Okay, we'll do that during the initial ingress then. Okay, thank you. Did you want any other information, or?
No, I'm assuming you're going to kind of turn yourself down to some minimum status after the egress into it at 80 hours there, but when you, assuming everything's okay, why there's not much point being too active there until they go into it again, and I'm guessing.
Yeah, like I said, we're scheduled right now to pick it up at around, I think it's 77 hours, and we'll go all the way through until after EVA. We've got 2 shifts, and they're about 6 hours. They keep alternating back and forth. And then right after rendezvous and docking, then we stop supporting.
Okay.
Okay, good point about that 56 hours. I'll write that down and we'll have somebody over there.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. Bye.
Right now.
that my window pertains, and looking at it through the binoculars, it's really something. I wish I could describe it properly, but the weather is very good. South America is coming around into view. I can see on the what appears to me to be upper horizon a point that must be just about Seattle, Washington, and then from there I can see all the way down to the southern tip of Tierra del Fuego, and the southern tip of the continent.
Roger, it sounds like you've got a beautiful view up there.
Absolutely fantastic. I hope the pictures come out. Good. We're rotating around. We're going out of view again. I'm waiting to pick it up in the section.
Sounds like one of these rotating restaurants.
Econ play.
Flight Econ.
Can you tell me anything about the flow now?
Roger, Flight. We moved it off the peg a little bit. From 0.192 up to 0.196. And we've been going long enough, probably begin to stabilize.
You're reading 0.196?
Well, it's 0.256 now, Flight. It's come off the peg, which was 0.196.
Okay.
Capcom FAO Malu. Still down there.
Yes, he's down talking to the I got something you want to update.
FBO Nick got us over that.
flight, it's about the way we'd expect it. The flow is reading 0.28, and at this time it should be reading up close to top scale or near 1 pound an hour.
What do you conclude from that?
What I've already concluded is the flow rate transducer is bad.
Think it's just biased, or?
Yes, it's biased by some amount, but I don't have any idea what. It looks like it's, I don't know whether it's just a step in one direction, it's additive, or whether it's a multiple type bias.
Are we going to have to find out sooner or later whether he's got a O2 O2 high flow valid C&W based on that? Follow?
Yeah, we could do that real easy. Just turn on direct O2, see if it takes it.
Okay. GNC flight?
Flight GNC.
What can you tell me about the results of that SPS burn?
Looking at it from the tube, it looked good flight. I haven't seen the FM. My people that have seen it say it looks good also. That chamber pressure did look
okay.
Right.
Could you talk to your back room at the span, and since the crew questioned that during the burn, as soon as everybody's happy, I would like to let them know that the data has been analyzed and be satisfied.
Roger, flight.
Flight econ.
Go ahead.
We've lost command capability. If we want to keep data, we're going to have to switch out Omni for this flight.
What do you want me to go to?
Command reset and switch to, just put command reset.
Command reset what?
Just up to command reset. That's all.
Okay. Got that. Did you get that? Econ flight.
Flight
You need up telemetry command reset and ask him to manage the Omnis. Is that what you want?
Roger, flight.
Because we've lost update on it?
Yes.
Excuse me, I was just talking to Ken on the phone, and he had an interesting input here, and that is that what we might be looking at is a clogging of this one single orifice in the waste line that goes overboard from both the waste waste storage compartment and from the urine dump fitting.
Okay, Ecom's problem is he's lost up data link temporarily, and he'd like up TM command reset and ask the crew to select Omnis for us for the next few minutes.
And I don't have voice right now, I think. Also, we can try the direct O2 valve, which I think Ecom was suggesting.
No, let's don't do that for now.
Okay.
One test at a time. that work, Fly?
Flight network. Yeah, what's that?
What's the estimate on the computer?
He's initializing now. It should be just another minute.
Okay. Econ, Fly.
Flight Econ.
You want to try this in the blind, or I understand it's about a minute to get that command computer back.
Oh, they'll be back around in about 10 minutes flight. The time was off, so I just let it just do that. Just wait till they come back around. I don't think you'd have much success in the blind.
Okay.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over. Playing a hot potato here with these got the duties. They're handing back to the grid.
Grid command computer went down. Network, Fly.
Flight network.
Grid computer back?
Rod flight. We just handed over. We're waiting for go for command.
Okay. FAO, Fly.
Go flight.
Or Capcom. Did we get this LMCM Delta P at 28 hours? Penciled in.
We got it a little bit earlier, flight.
No, the one we got earlier was the one we should have gotten when they woke up. And I have one scheduled in my flight plan at 28 hours.
We did not get that one, flight.
Yeah. Roger, we did not.
Okay, let's ask them for it when we get it.
Do you still want command reset if the computer is back up?
I don't think so. Econ, Flight.
Flight Econ.
Do you still want command reset?
No, if we acquire them, we'll stay where we are.
Okay.
We got command capability, and if we don't, we'll let you know.
Right. GNC Flight.
Flight GNC.
How was PTC doing last time you had data?
The last time we had data, it was okay. We're predicting about 12 degrees on the cone angle. It's the max.
Is everybody happy with this? your uplink back.
Roddy, flat, we have that.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Negative. We had a command computer at the Madrid site go down. We had to switch over to Ascension temporarily. We're now back remoting through Madrid, and the computer is back, and we're ready to resume control of your Omnis and full communication. Over. Okay, one thing that we did miss in the dropout in the noise here is your LEM-CM Delta P reading for about 28 hours GET. Over.
Okay, the LEM-CM Delta P, 0.98.
Roger, 0.98, and what have you been reading for O2 flow on your onboard gauge? Over.
Well, right now, actually, that gadget in, we got it at 0.35. Where's that? Upscale low. I think ours is relatively correct, at least when the time comes to the water wave kick in the second wave. Goes on up to about 0.75, 0.8, something like that.
This is Houston, Roger, huh?
Flight come.
Go.
Theirs, with the indication they've got, is about the same as ours. And it is not relatively correct. Actually, it's reading low.
Okay, you're seeing the same thing when the accumulator cycle.
That's we get a response. It's just not a normal response.
Okay, are our numbers comparing with his?
That's affirmative.
Okay. GNC flight?
Flight GNC.
Okay, is it fair to tell the crew that based on the analysis of that SPS burn, that you got a good SPS engine, good solid burn, 94 PSI?
That's affirmative, flight.
Capcom, would you tell them that, please?
Welcome.
911, this is Houston. A little more information based on our analysis of your last SPS burn. It looks like you got a good solid burn there. We show 94 PSI chamber pressure, and it looks like the SPS is definitely go. Over. Roger, we thought you'd feel that way about it.
We're right in the middle of either orange fish drink or salmon salad, something like that. That's probably why we're not answering the right way.
Okay, well, we don't want
to listen to the shepherd. That salad salmon is outstanding.
Roger, understand that's the salad salmon. Over.
I got salmon salad.
There you go. Okay, the salmon salad. Very good.
Capcom, what was his first comment? I couldn't copy that.
Okay, so they're coming up on a water accumulator activity, and it's going on up to 0.85, about 0.95, and it reached the peak there and then gradually drops back on down at 0.6 now, 0.4.
Highest we saw flight was 0.96.
Right. Like it's pretty well. Pretty well leveling off back down at 0.35. Over.
That compares with our TM. Capcom, what did Apollo 11 say just prior to the comment on the?
His first comment was that he was sorry he was slow in answering us. They were eating lunch or whatever meal they could call it.
Oh, okay.
11, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, on that O2 flow transducer, down here on telemetry, our values are agreeing pretty well with what you read out on board, and the ECOMs have been noticing this cycle, but it still looks like the indicated rate is lower than what we would expect. We're still working on the problem, and we'll let you have a more complete diagnosis in a little while.
Okay, it's a tight six. We run a tight ship.
Roger, is that music I hear in the background?
Processing.
Okay.
we'd like to stay about 2 minutes.
Okay.
You did try those things, didn't you? Right, okay. Stand by a minute, don't run the test until I say so. Let me get this down. Procedure that they have. On flight director 1. Flight director 1 really is at that time. Okay. Bob? Roger, this is on Okay, did you try talking on the other one? Very much. Appreciate you.
I'll see what I can find out there.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
Looking at that, we'd have to do some inference from checklist type switching and stuff. We wouldn't.
Yeah.
There's no TM point or anything.
I understand.
Flight RGC.
Go ahead.
Hanover from Madrid to Goldstone at 29 hours.
Right.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
We don't have that listed in any log. All we've got is the voice report that we got at 29 plus 30.
29 plus 30.
I'm not with you. Shoot. 3 plus 29 was the voice report that he said he was talking.
Okay.
brief estimate.
FAO, meet Adam Smoker, please.
Econ play.
Flight econ.
Something I haven't heard about in a while. I heard about when I first came on shift this morning. Is this TCE number 2? Is that still behaving in the same way?
Roger, flight.
Still about 1.5 degrees over several minute period?
It drops about 1.5 degrees in a period of about 3 bit count. 3 seconds. And then it creeps back up to the original level and drops again. And it takes about 5 minutes.
Okay.
FAO.
GNC flight.
Flight GNC.
You talked to me earlier about prepping accelerometer bias, update, etc. When do you plan to do that?
I'm talking to guidance. We'd planned around 30 hours.
Okay.
That's contingent on some other commanding he has to do, flight.
Okay.
He may have to do.
Been what?
Flight Prado.
Go ahead.
Another checkpoint.
Ecom, flight.
Flight Econ.
Okay, for checkpoint.
Roger, flight.
GNC.
Flight Econ.
Go.
Just a minute on that.
Okay.
Prado copy.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
We're go for checkpoint.
For go flight.
Go ahead, Spider.
Okay, maybe we could talk to that.
Flight Fighter,
Go ahead.
we have our checkpoint.
Okay.
Pike, this is Retro.
Go Retro.
Okay, I've been watching the crew. They've been going through a program 37, and they used that block data that I passed up.
Yes.
And of course, I was coming to you anyway. That block data went up was computed without the mid-course in it. Okay.
Okay.
And he just ran through it and used down numbers, and he missed the target. Okay.
What?
I'm just telling you this.
Okay.
And I'm trying to get all the numbers together now, what he's got. And I've run it on his state record. A new one.
Okay.
I guess what I'm saying, I would, you can think about it, I can rerun the rest of the block data and pass it up when it's convenient to you.
When is your next block data due?
Right now, in the flight plan, the next one's due at 35 hours or 37 hours, and that's the business. See, in the flight plan, we didn't really have the block. We didn't take care of the case where you did a mid-course. Okay.
Capcom, please.
Me, flight, you, Capcom. Go.
Okay, flight Capcom. According to my PTC cheat sheet, something like this probably collapsed their PTC deadband and gave them a rate drive off, didn't it?
What?
If they were in P37, they had to get there via Verb 3700.
Oh no. Guidance, you got any comment on that?
Let me check into the flight.
GNC, you got any comment on that?
I wasn't copying flight. I was talking to somebody else.
Retro indicated you've been watching the P37. Capcom brings up the point it's possible that he collapsed the deadband, or getting into that. Whatever collapsing a deadband means.
Let's see.
What's your DAP look like?
If he changed modes,
Well, can't you just look at the DAP and see if it's still good?
yeah, he's collapsed it. If he's changed programs.
Okay, I also saw a column here marked CMC rate drive off. What does that mean to me?
Okay, that means.
Go, guys.
Let's go to my
Okay.
Okay.
Go, guys.
Okay, as far as the computer is concerned, yes, PTC has been exited. However, since all the jets are off,
Doesn't matter, does
it doesn't matter, that's right. So it's okay until he enables some of the jet thrusters. But the desired rates in the computer are 0.
Okay.
GNC, Capcom,
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what is the rate drive off?
Okay, that means that if you were controlling PTC with the GNN, that it would stop doing this automatic 3/10 degrees per second.
Oh, okay.
But the whole thing is academic.
Right, so right now he's collapsed the deadband and the 3/10 degree per second rate is gone to 0.
That's right.
The commanded rate.
That's right. Yeah. The whole thing is, well, it happened to him yesterday, too.
Right. Flight Capcom.
Go, Capcom.
Yeah, do you think we ought to make them aware that this situation is existing at least?
Well, GNC, what do you have to say about this?
No, I think if he uses the procedure that we just changed, in fact, this morning, that
well, that's what
won't make a difference.
Yeah, but Capcom, I think you ought to talk to him and be sure that we all understand what's happening there. We did give them a procedural change that's supposed to take care of that, but let's be sure they understand.
Okay, I guess I better find out what this procedural change was.
They changed the. They changed.
Oh, okay. Okay, I passed it up.
Yeah, but still, I think you ought to verify that we all understand.
Like this, Retro.
Go, Retro.
I'll go ahead and get the appropriate block that it needs to be updated and.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Okay.
Okay.
He comes,
Roger 11, we've been watching your activity in the junkie there.
Go ahead and recommend an
And
additional hour
by selecting another major program with a Verb 37 enter and all that,
we show you collapsing the deadband in PTC and having driven the CMC rate from 0.3 degrees per second down to 0 degrees per second. Although, of course, with all the auto RCS coils shut off, you're not firing any thrusters over.
Okay, what do you recommend?
Well, you just continue in your present configuration in PTC.
Just remind him about the thing before he turns the thrusters back on.
If you go to turn any thrusters on, the CMC would then try to bring you into an attitude hold position rather than continuing with PTC. Over.
Roger, I understand.
Oh, okay.
And Houston, we're just looking at you out our window here. Looks like there's a circulation of clouds that just moved east of Houston over the Gulf and Florida area. Does that have any rain in it this morning?
Raining outside right now.
Roger. A report from outside says that it's raining out here. Looks like you got a pretty good eye for the weather there.
Yeah, well, it looks like it ought to clear up pretty soon from our viewpoint. The western edge of the weather isn't very far west of you.
Okay.